Hello, my friend. The world of magic, filled with legends and ancient tales, is opening its gates once again. Tonight, in the Gryffindor dormitory by the crackling fireplace, I will share another story with my friends. Join us, for the magic is about to come alive.
Snow had settled upon the towers of Hogwarts, soft and gleaming like powdered starlight resting on ancient stone. The castle stood silent under a silver sky, its windows glowing with candlelight that flickered like watchful eyes in the dark. The war was over at last, though the shadows it left behind lingered in corners and whispers, in cracks of stone and hearts alike. Hermione Granger walked through one such corridor, her boots echoing against the flagstones, her scarf, knitted by Mrs. Weasley herself, fluttered slightly as a cold breeze slipped through a broken window pane. Though the hall was half-lit and dusty, Hermione's step was sure, her wand casting a warm golden light ahead. Professor McGonagall had summoned her to assist with the castle's restoration. It was strange being back, without the rush of classes, without laughter or rivalry, or the sound of Peeves cackling as he dropped ink bombs on unsuspecting students. Now the halls were quieter, thoughtful, as though Hogwarts itself were healing. Hermione paused before a door she didn't remember, narrow, arched, and half-hidden behind a tapestry of Merlin dueling a wyvern. She touched the cold brass handle and felt a faint hum, a ripple of ancient magic. Curiosity stirred at once, the sort of spark that had never left her since her very first day here. With a whispered Alohomora, the lock gave way and the door swung open. Inside was a classroom forgotten by time. Dust floated like tiny ghosts in the lamplight. Shelves sagged beneath the weight of leather-bound tomes, and cobwebs hung like tattered curtains. Yet amid the decay, one thing shone. A tall window framed in silver, set deep into the far wall. Unlike the other windows in the tower, this one was whole and clear, untouched by dust or frost. Hermione's breath caught. The glass shimmered faintly, almost alive. It showed not the snow-clad grounds outside, but a meadow bathed in sunlight. She stepped closer, heart quickening. The meadow did not look like any part of Hogwarts she knew, and the light within it, it shifted, danced, as though it belonged to another time entirely. "Strange," she murmured, pressing her fingers lightly to the pane. The glass felt cool and solid, yet when she looked deeper, she swore she saw movement. A figure walking through the distant field, cloaked in green. Before she could blink, the image rippled. The figure turned, and Hermione stumbled back. For just a moment, she thought she saw herself reflected in the glass. Only younger, perhaps 13 or 14, with a stack of books in her arms and a determined gleam in her eyes. Then the image faded, replaced by the calm of the meadow once more. Her wand trembled slightly in her grasp. A magical projection? Or something else? She wondered aloud. Professor McGonagall's voice echoed behind her, sharp but fond. "Miss Granger, I might have known you'd find your way into the most peculiar corners of the castle." Hermione turned, relief and excitement flooding her. "Professor, you won't believe what I found." McGonagall approached, her tartan shawl drawn tightly around her shoulders. Her eyes, as keen as ever, fell upon the silver window. For a long moment she said nothing. Then, in a voice that trembled just slightly with awe, she murmured, "Merlin's beard. I had thought this long gone." Hermione frowned. "You've seen it before?" "Only in records," McGonagall said softly. An experiment by Rowena Ravenclaw herself, the window of word. It was said to show what the eye could not see, possibilities, forgotten memories. Perhaps even the future. Hermione's mind raced. You mean it predicts events? McGonagall shook her head. Not quite. It reveals what might be. That was the danger of it. Ravenclaw sealed the room after her enchantment began behaving unpredictably. No one has opened this door in centuries. The meadow now darkened to twilight. A breeze stirred her hair, though the air in the room was still. It feels alive, she whispered. McGonagall studied her student's face, the same determined girl who had once faced trolls, dark wizards, and time itself, and sighed. Miss Granger, I trust your judgment, but promise me this. Do not tamper with the spell. Curiosity can be as perilous as any curse. I promise, Hermione said earnestly, though her gaze lingered on the window, even as she spoke. Later that night, long after McGonagall had left, Hermione returned to the North Tower. The castle slept in silence, save for the whisper of snow against the glass. She stood before the window again, wand light flickering in her hand. Show me something, she said softly. The silver frame shimmered, the meadow vanished, and in its place appeared a vision. The great hall bathed in golden light, filled with students laughing and cheering. Then the scene shifted, and Hermione's heart froze. The candles above the tables were falling, flames scattering, and a voice cried out in fear. Smoke filled the air. A shadow moved across the hall, vast, serpentine, and winged. Hermione stumbled backward, her breath catching. The image vanished as suddenly as it came, leaving only her own reflection staring back. Pale and shaken, she fled down the corridor, her mind a storm. Had she seen a memory, a vision, or was it something yet to come? When dawn rose over Hogwarts, Hermione found Harry and Ron waiting in the great hall. Their laughter faltered when they saw her face. Hermione? Harry asked, brow furrowing. What's wrong? She set her hands on the table, voice trembling but steady. There's something in the North Tower, something we need to see. Neither of them yet knew that the enchanted window had awakened, and with it something deep within the castle walls that had long been waiting to be found. Morning frost rimed the high windows, and light spilled through the great hall in pale streams, catching the gleam of golden plates and floating candles. Students were few now, those who had chosen to return after the war. Their laughter was subdued, the sound of a place half awake, healing and quiet. Hermione sat opposite Harry and Ron at the Gryffindor table, her breakfast untouched. She stared into her tea, watching the steam twist like tiny ghosts. Ron glanced at her uneasily. You've been staring at that cup for 10 minutes, Hermione. You're not trying to divine the future again, are you? Harry shot him a look. Ron. Hermione didn't smile. I think the future might already be trying to show itself. She told them everything. The hidden room, the silver-framed window, the meadow that wasn't there, and the vision that followed. Harry listened, brow furrowed, while Ron's eyes widened until he nearly dropped his toast. When she finished, there was silence between them, broken only by the clinking of cutlery elsewhere in the hall. So, Ron said finally, you're saying there's a magic window that shows things that haven't happened yet? And last night it showed the Great Hall on fire? Hermione nodded gravely. And a creature, something large with wings. Harry leaned forward. Could it have been one of the Thestrals? Or maybe a trick of the magic? It wasn't a trick, she said firmly. I felt it. The enchantment reacted to me, as though it knew I was watching. The words made them all fall quiet. After breakfast, they followed Hermione up through the winding corridors of the castle, past staircases that moved slower than usual, as though drowsy from winter's chill. The portraits along the walls greeted them in whispers. Even the fat lady, usually boisterous, merely gave a sleepy nod as they passed. The North Tower was far older than much of the castle, its stones darker. When they reached the arched door behind Merlin's tapestry, Harry felt a tingle of magic along his scar, faint but familiar, like the hum of an old wand. Hermione drew her wand. Lumos. The light spilled across the silver window. Today it showed not the meadow, but the black lake under moonlight, rippling, endless, deep. Blimey, Ron breathed. It changes every time? Apparently, Hermione said. She stepped closer, her breath fogging against the glass. But look, do you see that? Far beneath the surface of the water, something glimmered. A faint light moving steadily toward the shore. The window shimmered, the image bending like a dream. Suddenly, the light burst upward, and they all jumped back. The vision filled the whole pane. The lake churning, waves thrashing against invisible walls, and from its depths rose a shape of shadow and scale. A dragon. It burst from the water, black as obsidian, eyes glowing like fire. Hermione's wand light flickered, and for a moment the room itself trembled, as though the creature's roar had shaken the stones. Then, silence. The glass cleared. Only their reflections remained. Ron swallowed hard. I vote we board that thing up and never speak of it again. But Hermione shook her head. No, this isn't random. It showed the Great Hall last night, and now the lake. There must be a reason. Harry was staring at the window's silver frame, his hand hovering just above it. McGonagall said, "Ravenclaw made it," he murmured. "Maybe it's showing you clues. Something that's coming." Hermione frowned, thinking fast. Or it could be causing them? Ron blinked. Wait, are you saying the window's making things happen? Possibly, she said. If it's meant to reveal possibility, what happens if the magic inside starts turning those possibilities real? A shiver ran through them. That night, none of them slept easily. The wind howled through the tower, and the snow thickened into a blizzard that rattled. Hermione sat in the Gryffindor common room, curled by the fire, a book of Hogwarts architecture open on her lap. There were notes. Old ones, written in ink, faded almost to invisibility. A reference to the window of word appeared in a section describing Ravenclaw's experiments with prophecy and enchantment. A mirror that does not reflect the present, it read, but possibilities unspooled from time's own thread. To gaze too long is to draw them nearer. Hermione's breath caught. Draw them nearer. She snapped the book shut and bolted upright. If the window didn't just show possible futures, if it summoned them, then what she saw last night could be forming right now. She didn't hesitate. Grabbing her cloak, she raced down the spiral stairs. The castle was dark and empty, save for the muffled roar of the storm outside. At the North Tower, the door stood ajar. Candlelight flickered within. "Harry, Ron," she whispered. No answer. Hermione stepped inside and gasped. The window no longer showed the lake or meadow, but the great hall again. Exactly as before, the students, the candles, the laughter. Then the tremor began, the vision shuddering like a reflection in disturbed water. "No," she breathed. "Not again." Flames burst to life in the image, spreading across the ceiling. and through the chaos came a shape, a winged shadow, diving through smoke and fire. Hermione raised her wand, finite incantatum. The light struck the pane, but instead of breaking, the magic rippled outward. The air grew heavy, pressing against her chest. And then, for the first time, something stepped through the glass. It wasn't a dragon, not yet. The shape was dark, shifting, like smoke given life. It slithered along the floor, whispering, until it reached the edge of her light. Hermione froze. The air smelled of ash and lightning. Then from the corridor came a shout, "Hermione!" Harry and Ron burst. The shadow twisted, coiling like mist, and with a hiss it vanished, dissolving into the cold. "What happened?" Harry demanded. Hermione lowered her wand, trembling. "It crossed over. Whatever that window shows, it can bring it here." They all turned toward the silver pane. The glass had gone completely dark, as though it had turned to polished stone. For a long while, none of them spoke. The only sound was the storm outside, beating against the castle walls. Finally, Ron muttered, "I knew it. Haunted glass. Always is." But Hermione was staring at the frame, the ancient sigils etched along its edge, glowing faintly now. Her mind whirled with questions, but one truth burned brighter than all the rest. The window wasn't just a relic. It was a doorway, one that had been sealed for centuries, and now it was open again. The following morning brought no calm. Though the storm outside had passed, a strange unease had settled over the castle. It was as if the very walls whispered restlessly, carrying the echo of some invisible movement. Portraits looked uneasy. Staircases shifted when no one approached. Even the suits of armor stood as though alert to something beyond the ordinary hum of Hogwarts. Hermione walked briskly through the corridors, her cloak billowing behind her. She had not slept. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw that shadow slipping through the glass, formless but alive. She could still feel the cold it left behind, the sharp smell of lightning in the air. At breakfast, Harry and Ron joined her again. They looked almost as haggard as she did. "I told you," Ron muttered, spearing a sausage with more force than necessary. "We should have smashed that thing to bits the moment it started acting strange." Hermione shook her head. "It's not that simple, Ron. If it truly is one of Rowena Ravenclaw's enchantments, breaking it could release even worse magic. We have to understand what we're dealing with. Then we start by finding out everything we can about the original spell. There must be something in the library or in the headmistress's records." Hermione nodded. "Yes, but we need to be careful. I don't think the castle wants this discovered." They spent the rest of the morning buried in the library, its vast shelves heavy with dust and age. Madame Pince hovered like a hawk, but even she seemed subdued today, muttering about unsettled energies. Hours passed before Hermione found something, a fragile, leather-bound tome in a forgotten corner titled "On the Unfinished Works of the Founders." Its pages were yellowed, the ink faded, but one section bore Ravenclaw's crest and spoke of an artifact described as a conduit between potential and reality. Hermione read aloud softly. In the final years of her life, Rowena Ravenclaw sought to gaze upon what might come, to see the paths unchosen. But when she looked too long, those paths began to cross. The veil between was torn, and she sealed her work forever within the tower, warning, "Let none seek to see what time conceals, for sight may summon." Ron paled. "Summon? Like that shadow thing?" Hermione closed the book. "Exactly." Harry frowned. So whatever the window shows, if we watch it too long, it starts making that future real? Yes, Hermione whispered, and it's already begun. They returned to the North Tower at sunset when the castle grew quiet again, and the torches burned low. The silver window stood waiting, faintly gleaming in the dim light. For a moment, nothing moved. Then, as though aware of their presence, the glass rippled. The image that formed this time was the Black Lake again. But the surface was frozen, and faint cracks spread through the ice. From beneath, a faint blue light flickered. Is it showing us something that's going to happen? Ron asked. Perhaps something that's happening now. They exchanged uneasy glances before hurrying out of the tower and down toward the grounds. The snow had begun to melt, but the lake shimmered eerily in the twilight. When they reached the shore, Hermione gasped. In the center of the lake, beneath the thin layer of ice, blue light pulsed slowly like a heartbeat. It wasn't natural. Something's down there, Harry said, drawing his wand. Lumos Maxima. Brilliant white light illuminated the water, revealing a great shadow beneath the ice. It moved sluggishly like a sleeping creature. The surface quivered, cracks widening in delicate lines. Hermione stepped back. It's connected to the window, whatever came through the glass. It's spreading. Spreading, Ron said weakly. Like a magical infection? Perhaps more like a bridge, Hermione said grimly. The window is tearing holes between possible worlds. If we don't stop it, Hogwarts itself could become unstable. At that moment, the ice groaned. A line split across the lake with a sharp crack, and a plume of cold mist rose into the air. The shape beneath stirred. "Run!" Harry shouted. They raced back toward the castle just as a thunderous sound echoed behind them. A roar, distant yet terrible, shaking the very air. By the time they reached the great hall, the torches flickered violently. Students who remained for winter restoration work gathered nervously, whispering. McGonagall stood at the head table, wand in hand, her expression taut. What in Merlin's name was that? She demanded as they burst through the doors. Harry spoke quickly. Something's under the lake, Professor. It moved. McGonagall's face went pale. Under the lake? She turned sharply to Hermione. Granger, did this begin when you found that window? Hermione hesitated, then nodded. Yes, Professor. But I think destroying it could make things worse. McGonagall's jaw tightened. Then we must contain it. No one goes near that tower. As the professors began casting containment charms, Hermione watched to the windows of the Great Hall. For a brief instant, she thought she saw something dark glide across the moon. That night, she could not rest. She returned alone to the library, the echo of that roar still ringing in her ears. She found herself tracing Ravenclaw's final notes again and again. Sight may summon. What if we can reverse it? She murmured. If seeing draws it forth, then perhaps not seeing could send it back. But how could one unsee what had already been revealed? The following evening, the castle grew restless again. Students reported hearing footsteps in empty halls, or seeing shapes flicker through the walls like shadows. The suits of armor turned their heads as people passed, as though following something invisible. Hermione, Harry, and Ron met in the common room. We can't wait, Hermione said, voice firm. We have to confront it before it breaks loose completely. Confront it? Ron sputtered. How do you confront a window? Hermione looked toward the firelight. By going through it. Harry stared at her. You mean step inside? "It's dangerous," she admitted. "But if it's a doorway, someone has to close it from the other side. Ravenclaw might have left a way." For a long moment, no one spoke. The fire crackled, the snow whispered against the glass. Then Harry nodded. "We'll go together." The North Tower was utterly silent when they arrived. The silver window shimmered softly, no longer showing any place they recognized. Instead, it reflected only mist. Vast, endless mist. Hermione took a deep breath. "Ready?" Ron sighed. "Not remotely." They stepped closer, their reflections merging with the shifting fog beyond the glass. Hermione raised her wand and whispered, "Aperio." The window flared with blinding light. The air crackled with ancient energy. And then with a sound like shattering crystal, the world fell away. They were no longer standing on the stone floor of Hogwarts. They were standing in a vast hall of light, its walls translucent, filled with shimmering images floating like memories. Scenes from Hogwarts past and future, the battle, the laughter, the quiet mornings, all woven together in a tapestry of time. At the center of the hall stood a tall figure clad in blue and silver robes. Her face was serene, but her eyes glimmered like deep water. "Welcome, children of time," said a voice that seemed to echo from everywhere at once. "You stand within what remains of my work." Hermione's heart raced. "Rowena Ravenclaw?" The figure inclined her head. "My vision was never meant to endure, yet you have awakened it." "Professor Ravenclaw," Hermione said, trembling slightly, "the window is breaking our world apart. How do we stop it?" Ravenclaw's gaze softened. "You cannot unmake what has been seen, but you can choose which future shall remain." The light around them pulsed, showing two visions, one of Hogwarts in peace, snow falling gently, laughter echoing through its halls, the other of fire, the castle torn apart by the shadow from the lake. "Choose with courage," Ravenclaw said quietly, "and remember, the heart's truth shapes the world as surely as any spell." The hall began to tremble, the visions blurring together. The trio clutched each other's arms, bracing against the storm of light. Hermione lifted her wand. "We choose hope," she whispered. "We choose the world that endures." The hall shattered into brilliance, and they fell back through the window into the cold, familiar air of the North Tower. The silver pane stood still once more, its light fading gently. Outside the night was calm, and the lake below glimmered like glass, untouched. Hermione exhaled, tears in her eyes. "It's sealed," she whispered. "She helped us close it. Then Hogwarts is safe again." But as they turned to leave, the faintest glimmer passed through the window's surface, like a single ripple in still water, before vanishing once more into silence. The days that followed brought a stillness to Hogwarts unlike any the castle had known since the war's end. The air itself seemed to rest. The enchanted suits of armor stood quietly at their posts again. The staircases no longer shuddered with unease, and the great portraits returned to their usual gossiping. Yet Hermione could not shake the feeling that something unseen lingered, something left behind from their crossing through the silver window. Professor McGonagall, though visibly relieved that the disturbances had ceased, placed strict orders that no one was to approach the North Tower without her consent. Protective wards, woven by the combined efforts of the professors, sealed the door tighter than any vault at Gringotts. Even Peeves dared not meddle near it. The poltergeist claimed the air tasted too much like thunder. Hermione spent long hours in the library, her quill moving ceaselessly across parchment as she tried to record every detail of their encounter. Harry and Ron visited often, though they were beginning to look forward to the thought of returning to their work outside the castle. Ron, now training with George at Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, complained that he was better suited to laughter than hauntings, while Harry had taken to spending his evenings flying around the lake, searching for peace in the cold winter air. But Hermione's thoughts never strayed far from the enchanted window. She felt as though it called to her, not with words, but through the faintest tugs of curiosity, as if the magic she had touched within that place had not quite let her go. She began to dream of it, vast halls of light, Ravenclaw's calm eyes, the hum of Each morning, she woke with the same thought. What did Ravenclaw mean by choosing the world that endures? It was nearly a week later when she noticed something strange. The morning light in the great hall had a peculiar shimmer to it, as though faint silver motes drifted through the air. She blinked, thinking her eyes deceived her. But when she looked again, the light still bent slightly like ripples on water. She found Harry by the entrance hall, fastening his cloak before heading out for a flight. "Harry," she said quietly, "have you noticed anything odd about the light today?" He frowned. "Odd how?" "It's bending," she said, "like it did before, when the magic started leaking." Harry glanced around, eyes narrowing. Could be the castle's enchantment still settling. But Hermione's instincts told her otherwise. She turned toward the distant stairway that led to the North Tower. The thought struck her like a whisper on the wind. What if the window isn't sealed? Harry sighed. Hermione. "Just listen," she pressed. "We saw Ravenclaw. She said we chose the world that endures. But if that choice created balance, it might not last forever. Maybe the window needs to stay guarded, not merely closed." Reluctantly, Harry agreed to go with her. Ron joined them when he overheard their plan, though his muttering made his reluctance plain. When they reached the tapestry that hid the sealed door, Hermione's wand quivered faintly in her grasp. The air was cool, calm, but there was a low vibration, too subtle to hear, yet strong enough to feel in her bones. McGonagall's wards glowed faintly as Hermione approached. She raised her wand, whispering detection spells, and gasped softly, "Harry, the barrier's thinning." "How's that possible?" he asked. "Magic this old has its own will," she replied grimly. "If the window draws strength from possibility itself, the act of sealing it may only hold for as long as its watchers believe it's closed. So if we think it's safe, it isn't?" "Something like that," Hermione said. Before they could speak further, the air shifted. The stones beneath their feet trembled faintly. A voice, a whisper like wind through reeds, brushed past their ears. None of them could catch the words, but the tone was unmistakable, beckoning. "Hermione," Harry said, and stepped back. But she couldn't. The voice had wound through her thoughts like a thread of light, and before she realized what she was doing, she touched the edge of the barrier. A burst of silver flared outward, and the wards shattered like glass. The door creaked open on its own, revealing the room beyond. Dust motes swirled in the pale light. The silver-framed window stood exactly as before, still silent, unbroken, but the air around it shimmered like heat above stone. Hermione's breath caught. "It's awake!" Ron groaned softly. "Brilliant. Just what we needed." They stepped inside, the door closing behind them with a soft thud. The faint hum grew louder now, pulsing in rhythm with their heartbeats. The glass remained clear, but behind its surface flickered shapes, unformed, shadowy, restless. Hermione raised her wand. Ravenclaw's enchantment responded to choice, she said. If it's opening again, maybe it's looking for one. Harry took a cautious step forward. A choice between what? She hesitated. Between what is and what could be. At that moment, the glass rippled. The images began to take form. They saw themselves, Harry, Hermione, and Ron, standing right where they were now. Then the vision split in two. In one, the three of them left the tower, sealing it once more and walking away toward the great hall, peace returning to the castle. In the other, Hermione lingered, her hand pressed against the glass, and from that contact burst a flood of light that consumed everything. Two futures, two possibilities. Hermione's pulse raced. It's testing us. Then choose the one where nothing, but the vision flickered again, showing something new beyond Hogwarts now. The world outside. Diagon Alley bustling, the burrow glowing warmly, the ministry standing proud once more. Then darkness crept over it all, like a spreading stain, and the silver voice whispered again, faint but clear this time. What endures? Hermione felt the question settle deep in her chest. Not a threat, not a curse, simply the same test Ravenclaw had spoken of. The world that endures, she murmured. The one we choose to keep. Without waiting for an answer, she lifted her wand and spoke the same word she'd used before. Aperio. But this time the magic did not open the window outward. It opened inward. The light flared, sweeping through the room, through them. For an instant they felt themselves dissolve, memories, hopes, fears, all drawn into the window's vast reflection. They stood once again in the hall of light, though it was dimmer now, cracked like fading glass. Ravenclaw's presence flickered at its center, her figure translucent. You have returned, she said softly, but the choice remains incomplete. Hermione's voice trembled. We sealed it. Why is it still open? Because your world has not yet accepted peace, Ravenclaw answered. As long as fear remains, the window will call to it. The shadow that rose from the lake was not mine. It was yours, the echo of war's memory. Harry stepped forward, his eyes burning. Then we end it. Tell us how. Ravenclaw smiled faintly. You already know. Peace is not sealed by walls or wards. It is sealed by belief. Her form began to fade entirely, her voice growing faint. Close your eyes and let the world you wish to save be the one you see. The light swelled, soft and warm. Hermione reached for her friend's hands. Together they closed their eyes. In that moment, each of them saw it. Hogwarts whole and shining, laughter in its halls, the lake calm beneath the stars. They held when they opened their eyes again. The window stood quiet. The glass reflected only their faces, tired but smiling. Outside, dawn broke over the castle. The light no longer shimmered strangely, and the cold wind carried the distant sound of morning bells. Hermione exhaled. It's over. Ron looked around warily. Properly this time? Harry laughed softly. Properly, I think. They left the tower together. Behind them, the door closed with a sound like a sigh, final, at peace. And as the first sunbeam struck the silver frame, a faint inscription appeared along its edge, unseen by any of them. The world that endures is the one that is loved. Thus the enchanted window slept once more, and Hogwarts, ancient, steadfast, eternal, kept its quiet watch over the dreams of all who called it home. Spring crept gently into Hogwarts as it always did, uncertainly at first, then all at once. Snow melted into glittering streams that ran down the slopes toward the Black Lake, and the great oaks along the grounds began to show the first buds of green. The castle itself seemed to breathe again, its ancient stones warming in the sunlight, its towers shining bright against the sky. To most, peace had finally returned. Students spoke once more of Quidditch matches, of exams, of mischief and lessons and laughter. But for Hermione, something in the quiet did not feel natural. She could not quite name it, but it was there. A faint echo in the halls, a whisper that stirred when the wind shifted. She had hoped that after sealing the enchanted window for good, life would at last return to ordinary magic, to potions, parchment, and study. Yet each night, as she walked past the northern corridors on her way to McGonagall's office, she felt the faintest hum of energy through the floor. It was not dark, nor threatening, but alive, watching. She told no one, not even Harry or Ron. They deserved rest, but Hermione had never been able to ignore the stirrings of unanswered magic. One evening she found herself wandering those upper halls once more, the sky outside painted with streaks of lavender and gold. The North Tower loomed in the distance, tall, proud, and utterly silent. As she drew near, she noticed something strange. The wards McGonagall had placed shimmered faintly, intact but thinner, like threads stretched taut. Hermione hesitated, her hand hovering in the air. "I shouldn't," she whispered to herself. But curiosity, that familiar and dangerous companion, urged her onward. She murmured a revealing charm under her breath, and at once faint symbols appeared in the air. Runes she recognized from Ravenclaw's own notes. Not all were stable. One, near the base of the door, flickered. Her heart skipped. It's weakening again. She didn't open the door this time. She knelt instead, drawing her wand through the air to trace new lines of energy reinforcing the ward. It responded, but differently than she expected. Instead of the usual pulse of golden light, the runes shimmered silver, alive with something deeper. Then from the other side of the door came a sound, a faint rhythmic tapping. Hermione froze. The hairs on her arms lifted. Tap, tap, tap. It was slow, deliberate, like the ticking of a clock or the patient knock of something that knew she was there. Her breath quickened. She raised her wand. "Who's there?" Silence. She stood for a long moment, her heart pounding. Then, quietly, she backed away and sealed the corridor behind her. That night she dreamt of the window again. But the vision was different now. Not the Hall of Light, nor Ravenclaw's calm figure. This time she stood before the window as it showed a reflection of Hogwarts itself. The castle gleamed golden in the evening sun, but the reflection shimmered. And in that reflection's sky, a shadow crept along the castle's mirrored towers, and from the depths of the reflection, a voice whispered, "You chose what endures, but what endures changes." Hermione awoke with a start. She did not sleep again. In the morning she went straight to McGonagall. The headmistress listened in silence, her expression grave. "The wards are weakening," Hermione said. "I can feel it. Something's still inside that chamber. I think it's trying to reach out." McGonagall steepled her fingers. "Miss Granger, I trust your instincts more than anyone's, but I also trust the castle's magic. If the window stirs again, it is not from malice. Ravenclaw's enchantments were made to test, not to destroy." "But what if the test isn't over?" Hermione asked softly. McGonagall hesitated, just long enough for Hermione to see that she had thought the same thing. "Very well," the headmistress said at last. "If we must investigate again, we will, but this time we shall do it properly. I will summon Professors Flitwick and Sprout, and Miss Granger, please do nothing alone." Hermione agreed, though part of her already knew she would not wait. 2 nights later, unable to bear the quiet, she returned once more. The moon was bright, casting silver light through the corridor. The door to the tower stood silent, untouched. Yet as she approached, she saw that same faint shimmer again. The silver in the wards pulsed faintly with her heartbeat. She whispered, "Ravenclaw." The silence seemed to answer. Then the tapping came again. 3 slow knocks. She swallowed hard. "You're not real," she said aloud, though she didn't quite believe it. "You're only a remnant of the spell." But the voice that came through the wood was clear this time, soft and eerily familiar. "Remnant? Perhaps. But so are you." Hermione stepped back, her breath caught in her throat. "Who are you?" The air rippled, and from the door's surface, not through the window but the door itself, it was translucent, faint as smoke, but shaped unmistakably like a woman. Her hair shimmered dark and long, her eyes bright as moonlight. She looked young yet ancient, her face full of knowing sadness. Hermione whispered, "Rowena Ravenclaw." The specter inclined her head. "Not as I once was, a memory caught between what was and what endures." Hermione steadied herself. "Why are you here?" The ghost smiled faintly. "Because you listened. Few do. I thought the window was sealed." "It was," Ravenclaw said gently. "But your choice did not end the spell. It changed it. The window no longer seeks to show what may come. It reflects what already is. The castle lives, and so does its magic. It remembers your choice as it remembers me." Hermione's mind raced. "Then what's happening to the wards?" "They weaken because the magic within them breathes," Ravenclaw said. "Every generation that calls this place home feeds the enchantment anew. Peace is not stillness, child. It must be renewed, lived, not locked away." Hermione's heart steadied. "Then it's not danger I felt in it. It's life." Ravenclaw nodded. "You feared what stirred within the window, yet it is that very stirring that keeps your world from growing still. Do not mistake change for peril." For the first time in many nights, Hermione smiled faintly. "So it's safe? As safe as anything that lives?" said the specter, "which is to say, not entirely." They both laughed softly. Then Ravenclaw's form began to fade, her voice growing distant. "You are its guardian now, Hermione Granger, the watcher of the window. See that it does not fall to silence again, for a world without wonder is the dullest prison of all." The light faded, leaving only stillness once more. When Hermione opened her eyes again, dawn was breaking through the high windows. The wards glowed steady and strong, pulsing with soft light. Not strained, but alive. She turned toward the great glass, its surface faintly within it. For just a heartbeat, she thought she saw herself reflected, older, wiser, standing beside a class of young witches and wizards, all laughing beneath the sunlight. Then the vision faded, leaving only the clear, peaceful surface. Hermione smiled to herself and whispered, "Thank you, Professor." She turned, her footsteps echoing down the corridor. Behind her, the light from the window shimmered once, calm, watchful, alive. And so the enchanted window remained, Not a curse nor a threat, but a living memory, bound to the heart of the castle itself. It would awaken again, perhaps centuries later, when Hogwarts faced another time of uncertainty. And when it did, someone brave and curious, someone like Hermione Granger, would be there to listen. For at Hogwarts, magic never truly sleeps. It only waits to be seen. The term rolled on and the season changed once more. By late spring, the grounds of Hogwarts were alive with color. The lake shimmered beneath a sky the hue of glass. The forbidden forest whispered with green life, and in the courtyards, the laughter of students carried on the breeze like song. Yet even amid such peace, the memory of the enchanted window lingered, a tale whispered among the teachers and half believed by the students. Hermione never spoke of what had passed to any but Harry and Ron. To the rest of the world, the North Tower was simply sealed for structural enchantment instability, a phrase that satisfied curiosity while concealing the truth. But every so often she found herself drawn there again, standing in the quiet corridor with her hand upon the cool stone. It did not frighten her now. The hum in the walls felt more like a heartbeat, the steady rhythm of a castle alive and aware. Still, something deep within her sensed that the story was not finished. That feeling grew stronger one evening in late May when she received The note was short and nervous. "Miss Granger, I believe you should come to the charms classroom at once. There has been an occurrence." Hermione hurried through the halls, her mind already racing. She arrived to find Flitwick standing upon a stool before one of the tall windows. His wand trembled slightly as he examined the glass. "Professor?" she asked breathlessly. Flitwick turned, his silver hair in slight disarray. "Ah, Hermione. Yes, quite right that you came. Look here." She stepped forward and froze. The window before them was ordinary in frame, yet within its glass, faint ripples of silver light swam, identical to those she'd once seen in the North Tower. "Impossible," she whispered. Flitwick frowned. "I felt a pulse of ancient magic earlier today, just as the afternoon bells struck. When I came to investigate, this appeared. I suspect a resonance." Hermione's chest tightened. "A resonance from the enchanted window?" "Indeed," said Flitwick gravely. "Magic of that age does not vanish easily. It echoes through the places it once touched. You know that as well as I do." Hermione nodded slowly. "If it's spreading, we must understand how far." They tested the other classrooms and corridors throughout the evening, and by nightfall 3 more windows had shown the same faint shimmer. It was weaker than before. No visions, no sound, but enough to make the professors uneasy. That night Hermione sat awake in her small study near the library, poring over her notes from the previous winter. Ravenclaw's words echoed through her mind. "Peace is not stillness. It must be renewed, lived, not locked away." Perhaps the magic was not escaping. Perhaps it was growing. When she looked up from her parchment, she caught sight of her own reflection in the window. The stars beyond seemed unusually bright. Each, for a fleeting second, the reflection shimmered, and she saw not herself but a child, dark-haired and small, looking back from the other side. Hermione gasped and turned, but the room behind her was empty. The image faded. Only the night remained. She rose at once and went to find McGonagall. The headmistress listened patiently as Hermione recounted what she had seen, her expression growing graver by the moment. When she finished, McGonagall said quietly, "Do you believe it means danger?" Hermione hesitated. "No, not danger, but change." The window isn't a threat anymore. It's communicating. Communicating? McGonagall repeated. Yes, Hermione said. Ravenclaw's enchantment was built upon knowledge. No, the pursuit of understanding beyond time. When we sealed the original window, we may have bound that energy to the castle itself. Now it's reaching outward again, showing fragments, testing us. McGonagall regarded her with a mixture of pride and concern. And what do you propose, Miss Granger? Hermione's answer was simple. We listen. The next morning, she gathered Harry and Ron. Both had promised themselves no more adventures. But as always, one look at her determined expression was enough to draw them in. They began their search anew, tracing the faint pulse of silver that now seemed to drift from window to window like a quiet melody. It was strongest in the upper corridors, near the old study chambers, long unused since before the war. As they explored, the castle felt different, brighter somehow. The torches flickered with a softer light. The staircases moved almost playfully beneath their feet, and the portraits whispered to one another with a hint of excitement. Finally, they reached a small chamber Hermione had never entered before. Its door was carved with the emblem of Ravenclaw, an eagle in flight. When she opened it, the air within shimmered like mist. The room was bare save for a single, and through that window, instead of the grounds or the sky, they saw a reflection. The very same hall where they stood, but empty, golden with morning light. Ron muttered, "I don't like that. I really don't." But Hermione stepped forward, her voice low with awe. "It's not a mirror. It's a second enchanted window." The glass pulsed gently at her words, as though in answer. Harry drew closer. "Why show us ourselves?" Hermione thought for a long moment before replying. Because that's what Ravenclaw's lesson was all along, Talmud, to see not just beyond time, but within it. The window shows the soul of Hogwarts itself, and perhaps it's showing us what we've made of it. As she spoke, faint shapes began to appear in the reflection. Students walking through halls, teachers laughing together, owls soaring through shafts of sunlight. It was Hogwarts as it was meant to be. Whole, alive, eternal. Ron's voice was hushed. "It's beautiful." But then, as before, the light darkened. A shadow crossed the image, swift as a storm cloud. The laughter faded. The walls trembled. Hermione's stomach turned. It's the same pattern, peace and unrest, balance and break. The castle is warning us. Harry frowned. Warning us of what? She looked around the chamber. That the magic sustaining Hogwarts must be renewed, or it will fade? The enchantments here were meant to last, as long as knowledge and hope endure. But if the people within it stop believing, the magic dies, Harry finished quietly. Ron swallowed. So what do we do? Start singing songs about optimism? Hermione smiled faintly despite herself. Not exactly, but maybe it needs a new guardian. A link to the living. Without hesitation, she lifted her wand and pressed it gently to the glass. Vinculum aeternum, she whispered. The binding charm of continuity. The window glowed brilliantly, and for an instant she saw hundreds of faces within its depths. Students passed and pressed. The energy spread outward through the castle like sunlight through water. When it faded, the window was still again. Its reflection showed only the quiet room. Hermione felt a deep peace settle over her. She turned to Harry and Ron, her voice soft. It's done. The magic isn't meant to be contained. It's meant to flow, to live with those who walk these halls. They left the chamber together, and as they descended the stairs, they could hear laughter echoing faintly from below, a sound brighter and freer than it had been in years. That night, as the moon rose over the towers, Hermione stood by her window and looked out across the lake. The water shimmered gently, the same silver as the enchanted window itself. She thought she saw, just for a moment, a faint light drift beneath the surface, the old magic resting now content. Hogwarts slept soundly, and for the first time since the war, so did she. Yet in the silence of the North Tower, deep within its sealed chamber, the silver frame stirred once more, not in warning but in greeting, as if whispering its eternal promise to the stars. Magic endures. Summer came to Hogwarts with a gentleness the school had not known in years. The castle's towers shimmered in sunlight, the air was fragrant with blooming heather, and the black lake glittered like polished obsidian under the watchful gaze of the forbidden forest. The students had gone home for the holidays, their laughter and footsteps leaving an echo of life behind. Only a handful of professors and caretakers remained, and Hermione Granger, who had chosen to stay through the summer months. She had been offered a post at the ministry, of course, in the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures, but she had declined, at least for now. There was something about Hogwarts that refused to let her go. The castle had secrets yet, and Hermione had never been one to turn away. The days passed quietly, filled with the soft rustle of parchment and the hum of spellcraft. Hermione spent her hours in the library, cataloging lost enchantments and piecing together fragments of Ravenclaw's writings. More and more, she began to see the castle, not as a building but as a living being, one with moods, memory, and its own quiet rhythm. Yet peace at Hogwarts had always been delicate, and magic, especially the old kind, was rarely content to slumber forever. It began on a still evening in mid-July. Hermione was walking by the lake, the hem of her robes brushing through tall grass. The air smelled of rain, though the sky was clear. She paused to watch the sunset, crimson and gold, bleeding into the horizon, when she noticed something unusual. The lake's surface rippled, though no wind stirred. The movement was subtle at first, then grew. Concentric circles spreading from the center outward. Hermione frowned. "Not again," she murmured. She drew her wand, whispering an illumination charm. The light cast across the water, glimmering over its mirror-like surface. For a heartbeat she saw nothing. Then, from the depths below, faint silver lines shimmered. They wove together like threads, forming the shape of a window. Vast, ghostly, just beneath the water's skin. Her breath caught. The enchantment had awakened again. This time, however, it was not in the North Tower. It was everywhere. The very waters of the lake reflected the same pulsing glow she had once seen within the glass. Hermione knelt at the shore, heart pounding. "Show me," she whispered. The silver deepened. Images stirred faintly, fleeting, fluid. Hogwarts as it had been centuries ago, its foundations new and bright. Then the image shifted. The great hall filled with torches. She recognized Ravenclaw's tall, serene form. Beside her, the proud figure of Godric Gryffindor, then the gentle smile of Helga Hufflepuff, and the dark, sharp eyes of Salazar Slytherin. They stood over a great silver basin, its surface rippling like the lake itself. They were speaking, though she could not hear them. And then Ravenclaw lifted her wand, touching it to the basin. A surge of light followed, blinding and brilliant. When it faded, the reflection showed the enchanted window. Hermione gasped softly. The lake wasn't showing her a vision of the future or present. It was revealing the moment of the window's creation. Her fingers trembled as she reached toward the water. "You were born from this," she whispered, "not just a spell, but a memory given form." Then, as quickly as it had come, the image vanished. The surface went still. For a long moment, she remained kneeling there, lost in thought. If the magic had returned to the lake, then it meant Ravenclaw's final enchantment, the one that bound knowledge to time, had rejoined its source. The window had not been sealed to die. It had been sealed to transform. The realization filled Hermione with a sense of wonder and of foreboding. For if the window was now part of the lake, its reach was no longer confined to walls or wards. It touched every reflection across the grounds, perhaps even beyond. She stood, brushing dirt from her hands. "This is bigger than I imagined," she murmured. "The castle's very reflection is alive." That night she returned to the great hall. The moonlight spilled through the enchanted ceiling, painting the floor with silver. The long tables were empty, the air still. As she crossed the room, she caught sight of her reflection in the marble, clear, sharp, and illuminated by that same subtle shimmer. It blinked. Hermione froze. She hadn't blinked. The reflection smiled faintly, a calm. Then, in a voice softer than a sigh, it whispered, "Do you see now?" She staggered back, her wand raised. "Who are you?" The reflection's smile deepened. "You already know. We are what remains. The memory of seeing, the echo of choice. You sealed us once, but you cannot seal knowledge. It endures, as we do." Hermione's pulse thundered. "Are you Ravenclaw's magic?" "Not hers alone," said the voice. "All who have gazed upon the window are part of it now. You too." The words filled her with both awe and fear. She glanced at her own reflection again, and this time it was only herself, pale, shaken, and very much alone. The following morning she met Harry and Ron in Hogsmeade, where they had come to visit. She told them everything, the lake, the reflection, the voice. Harry frowned deeply. "So you're saying the window's magic is part of you now?" Hermione hesitated. "I don't know, but I think I'm connected to it." Ron groaned. "Brilliant. The last thing we need is another cursed artifact tied to our best friend." But Harry looked thoughtful. "Maybe it's not a curse. Maybe it's meant to be that way. You remember what Ravenclaw said? Peace isn't stillness. Maybe this is her magic's way of ensuring it keeps growing." Hermione nodded slowly. "Perhaps. But growth can be dangerous, if not guided." When they returned to the castle that evening, the glow had faded from the lake. The reflection on the floors had returned to normal. For a while, it seemed as though the magic had finally gone quiet. And yet, when Hermione stood once more in the North Tower, drawn there by instinct, she found that the silver frame of the original window still shimmered faintly in the darkness. It no longer showed visions of what was or what might be, but when she looked into its depths, she saw ripples, as though the glass itself were made of water. She reached out. The surf. Then, from somewhere deep within, came the faint sound of laughter, young, bright, and full of life. It was not haunting nor fearful. It was the sound of children, of lessons and discovery, of the castle's enduring heart. Hermione smiled through tears she hadn't realized were falling. The window had changed once more, from a doorway to danger to a mirror of the world's most precious thing, the endless wonder of learning. she whispered softly. You've become what you were always meant to be. Outside, the wind swept across the towers, carrying with it the scent of lake water and blooming roses. The castle seemed to hum in answer, not warning, not fear, but contentment. And far below, deep within the heart of the lake, a faint light stirred once more. It was the same silver hue as before, but softer now, like starlight at rest. Ravenclaw's legacy lived on, not in fear or prophecy, but in every curious heart that sought to understand. And though Hermione Granger would one day leave Hogwarts to shape the world beyond its walls, a part of her, the part bound to that eternal window, would always remain. For magic, like knowledge, does not end. It endures, as all true things do. Autumn returned to Hogwarts like an old song. The castle glowed beneath a crown of golden trees, the lake mirrored the copper skies, and the scent of wood smoke drifted through the corridors. Students filled the halls again, bright, laughing, alive, their chatter echoing off the ancient stones. Hermione stood at the head of the Transfiguration classroom, her hands folded before her, as she watched the young witches and wizards wrestle with spells. She was not yet a full professor, merely assisting Professor McGonagall as part of her apprenticeship, but already she felt the quiet pride that came from watching magic unfold, and yet there were moments when her gaze drifted to the high windows, those same tall arched panes that shimmered faintly whenever the afternoon sun touched them. The silver light within them was faint now, but still present, as though the castle's enchantment breathed quietly just beyond sight. Sometimes she wondered if any of the students noticed. One evening after lessons had ended and twilight gathered in the corridors, Hermione lingered in the great hall, reviewing notes by candlelight. The hall was empty, save for the soft rustling of the enchanted ceiling above, now streaked with drifting clouds. She was halfway through marking a set of parchments when she felt it, that unmistakable hum in the air. Faint, like the vibration of a plucked string. She looked up. At the far end of the hall, one of the great windows shimmered. She rose at once, heart tightening. The glow was faint, not the pulsing silver of old, but a soft ripple like moonlight reflected on water. She approached slowly, wand in hand, though she sensed no danger. Within the glass, shadows stirred. The image was hazy at first, then sharpened. Hermione gasped softly. It was the great hall itself, but empty, long deserted. Dust coated the tables, cobwebs hung from the rafters. Through the broken ceiling, moonlight spilled upon the floor. A chill passed through her. A vision of the future, she whispered. But then she noticed something. Faint movement in the distance of that reflected ruin. A figure walking through the abandoned hall. A girl no older than 15, her hair dark and wild, her robes torn and soot-stained. She carried a wand in one hand and a faintly glowing book in the other. The girl paused before the window and looked directly out, directly at Hermione. Their eyes met through the glass. Hermione's breath caught. The girl lifted her wand as if to speak, and the vision shattered. The window went dark, leaving only Hermione's. She pressed a trembling hand to the cold glass. "Who are you?" she whispered. The silence gave no answer. That night, Hermione pored through her journals and Ravenclaw's surviving writings once more. The lesson she had thought she'd learned, that the magic had found peace, now seemed less certain. Ravenclaw had spoken of possibilities, of reflections shaped by knowledge. If the window was showing her a girl from the future, then it was not done teaching. But what was it trying to say? Days passed, and the vision haunted her. She spoke to no one of it, not even McGonagall. Yet wherever she went, through the library, the courtyard, or the quiet halls, she found her thoughts turning towards that girl, that strange, brave look in her eyes. Then one afternoon in late October, the castle trembled. It was brief, a single shudder that rattled the chandeliers and sent a few books tumbling from their shelves. The students cried out, startled, but no harm came. Still, Hermione felt the pulse of ancient magic in her bones. It was not an earthquake. It was the castle's heart, beating faster. By nightfall, faint whispers ran through the halls. Portraits swore they had seen flickers of light moving along the upper corridors, and several suits of armor had turned their heads of their own accord, gazing toward the North Tower. Hermione knew she could not ignore it. When the castle slept, she climbed the tower alone. The air grew colder with each step, her breath a thin mist before her. The wards glowed softly as she approached, still intact, but pulsing like a living thing. She whispered a charm of opening, and the door swung inward. The chamber was dark. The silver-framed window stood silent and still. No longer the tempest of light and shadow it had once been, but calm as a sleeping lake. Hermione stepped forward. "If you are still awake," she said softly, "show me." Then the faintest shimmer spread across the glass, and slowly an image took shape. It was the same girl. She stood once again in the great hall, older now, perhaps 16, the same book clutched to her chest. But this time she was not alone. Behind her loomed shadows, tall, indistinct, like living smoke. Hermione's pulse quickened. "No!" The girl raised her wand, shouting something that Hermione could not hear. Light burst from the tip, a spell of great power, and then the vision fractured, the window flaring white before going still once more. Hermione staggered back. The hum of magic filled the air, louder now, almost a heartbeat. The door burst open behind her. "Miss Granger." Professor McGonagall stood in the doorway, her wand drawn, eyes fierce. "I felt it again," she said sharply. "The castle is stirring." Hermione turned, her voice trembling. "It's showing me something. A girl from the future, I think. The magic's trying to warn us." McGonagall stepped beside her, gazing into the silent glass. "A warning of what?" "I don't know," Hermione whispered, "but she was fighting something." The headmistress's jaw tightened. "Then we must prepare for whatever this is. If the castle seeks to speak through the window again, we cannot let its voice go unanswered." That night, word spread quietly among the professors. Wards were reinforced and old protective spells were rekindled. Hermione spent every waking hour searching through ancient texts, seeking clues about temporal echoes, magic that bridged future and past. At last, in a dusty book of prophecy and reflection, she found one line that made her stop cold. "When knowledge looks upon its own shadow, the heart of time shall tremble." The phrase burned in her mind. The enchanted window was a conduit of knowledge, a living mirror, and now for the first time it was seeing its own future. The following evening, as the first snows fell, Hermione stood once more before the silver frame. Her wand glowed softly in her hand. "I don't know who you are," she whispered to the unseen girl, "but I'll find out. Whatever darkness waits in your time, I'll see that you're not alone." The glass rippled faintly as though in reply. Then it stilled. For a moment she thought she heard Ravenclaw's voice again, gentle, distant, and proud. The line continues. As long as there is one who seeks, the light endures. Hermione lowered her wand, her resolve settling like iron. The enchanted window had become something greater than prophecy. It was a bridge, across years, across hearts, between all who had ever loved Hogwarts. And somewhere beyond time, that dark-haired girl lifted her wand again, not in fear, but in hope. The same hope that had always kept the castle alive. Magic did not end with the sealing of a door, nor the fading of an age. It flowed onward, reborn through those who dared to understand it. And so, beneath the eternal towers of Hogwarts, the enchanted window gleamed softly once more. No longer a relic of danger, but a promise carved into light itself. Knowledge shall never fade. The first snow of winter came early that year, soft and deep, blanketing the castle grounds in white. The towers gleamed in the morning light, and the air smelled of frost and pine. Inside, the warmth of fires filled the common rooms, and the sound of laughter returned to the halls. But though Hogwarts looked peaceful, something stirred beneath the surface, something ancient, waiting, restless. Hermione Granger felt it each day she walked the corridors. She had learned to hear the castle as one hears a heartbeat, faint but constant. And lately, that heartbeat had grown louder in the weeks since her vision of the dark-haired girl. Hermione had been studying tirelessly, searching for. She discovered fragments, scraps of parchment, forgotten notes, the whisper of spells so old they no longer had names. But one thing grew clear. The enchanted window had never been meant to exist in only one time. Its light was woven through Hogwarts itself, echoing forward and backward, touching generations, yet unborn. If the girl she'd seen truly lived in the future, then their worlds were already connected, bound by magic that ignored the laws of time. Hermione wasn't sure whether to be comforted or frightened by that thought. Late one night, while the snowstorm howled outside and the castle slept, she returned once more to the North Tower. The silver-framed window shimmered faintly in the dark, like a breath caught between moments. She lit her wand. Lumos. The glass stirred at once, rippling as if it recognized her. She stepped closer, her reflection flickering across its surface. "You've shown me so much already," she said quietly. "Now show me what comes next." The light deepened. Images unfolded, quick, fragmented. She saw the great hall again, bathed in strange light. Students, older, unfamiliar, running, shouting, books flying from shelves. Then the same dark-haired girl, older now, her face pale with determination, standing before the window itself. Hermione's heart thudded painfully. The girl pressed her hand to the glass. The window shattered outward in a burst of light. Then everything went black. Hermione stumbled back, clutching her chest, as though she herself had felt the shock. The room was silent again. Only the wind moaned beyond the stone walls. She took a steadying breath. "The future window breaks," she whispered. But why? What happens to make her do it? The next morning, she sought out Professor McGonagall. The headmistress listened in silence as Hermione spoke, her sharp eyes glinting behind her spectacles. When Hermione, "If the window truly links across time, Miss Granger, then what you saw may not yet be fixed. It may be warning us or asking for our help." Hermione nodded. "I think so. But how can we reach across time?" McGonagall's expression softened. "If anyone can find a way, it is you." And so Hermione began again. She delved into the oldest records of Hogwarts, reading spells that predated even the Founders' Union. There she found mention of an enchantment called the Chorus of Echoes, a spell that allowed a witch to hear her own voice carried across centuries, spoken where time itself was thin. It had been attempted only once by Ravenclaw herself. Hermione read the incantation aloud, her voice barely above a whisper. Tempus audet et refer. Time hears and answers. It was dangerous magic, but she had no choice. That night, when the moon rose over the lake and silence fell across the castle, she stood before the window once more. The air shimmered faintly, and the snow outside reflected pale silver light into the room. Hermione took a deep breath and raised her wand. Tempus audet et refert. The spell struck the glass, and the air trembled. For a moment nothing happened. Then faintly a voice answered. "Who speaks?" Hermione's heart nearly stopped. "It's me, Hermione Granger. Can you hear me?" The voice came clearer now, distant but strong. "I can. You're the one from the past." The air rippled, and within the window's surface, the faint outline of the girl appeared. She was older now, perhaps 17, her eyes fierce, her face streaked with soot. Behind her, Hermione glimpsed firelight and ruin. Hogwarts, but broken, its towers crumbling beneath storm and flame. "What's happening?" Hermione cried. "What year is this?" "I don't know," the girl shouted back. The magic turned against itself. The window. It began showing things that never happened, memories that twisted into life. I tried to stop it, but... Hermione felt her pulse race. "Listen to me. You mustn't destroy the window. It's alive. It can change. There's another way." The girl's expression softened, though tears glimmered in her eyes. "If it's alive, then it's dying now. The castle is falling apart. The magic is consuming everything." "Then tell me your name," Hermione pleaded. "Tell me who you are so I can find a way to reach you." The girl hesitated. Then she whispered, "My name is Ada Ravenclaw." Hermione froze. "Ravenclaw? My mother's family name," said the girl. "Passed down, though the world forgot its meaning. The window called to me. I think it's in my blood." Before Hermione could reply, the image shuddered violently. Cracks spread through the reflection like lightning. "Ada, I can't hold it," the girl cried. "The light, it's breaking." The sound cut off. The window went dark. Hermione collapsed to her knees. The room was silent once more, but the words echoed in her mind. Ada Ravenclaw. She stayed there until dawn, staring into the glass that now reflected only her weary face. By the next morning, the tremors had spread again through the castle. The walls groaned faintly, the staircases shuddered in their tracks, and the portraits whispered nervously to one another. "The castle's magic is in flux," Professor Flitwick reported, wringing his hands. "It's as if the enchantments are pulling against themselves. One from the past, one from the future." Hermione said nothing. She knew what it meant. The window was linking both times, and if Ada's magic was collapsing in her age, it would echo backward into theirs. Harry and Ron arrived by evening, having been summoned by McGonagall. They found Hermione pacing before the window, her eyes burning with resolve. "Tell us what to do," Harry said simply. She turned toward them. "The connection must be anchored, tied to something that exists beyond time. The Founders, but we can make it something else. A bridge between generations. If we stabilize it now, Ada might survive, and so will Hogwarts in her time." Ron grimaced. "And how exactly do we stabilize time itself?" Hermione gave a faint smile. "By doing what Hogwarts has always done, uniting magic through will and purpose. 3 wizards, one intent. It will take everything we have. Without hesitation, they joined her before the glass. Together they raised their wands. "Ready?" "Always," Harry said. They spoke the incantation together, their voices echoing through the tower. Tempus unum, magica viva. The silver frame blazed with light. The castle itself seemed to tremble, every window glowing at once. Through the blinding radiance, Hermione saw Ada again, not frightened now, but standing tall, her wand raised. Their eyes met across the centuries. Then the light burst outward, sweeping through Hogwarts like a wave. When it faded, silence returned. The window was still. Hermione stood breathless, the glow fading from her wand. The walls were calm, steady once more. McGonagall entered moments later, her expression wary. "What happened?" Hermione turned to her with a faint, exhausted smile. "We anchored it. The window won't break again, in any time." And though she could not prove it, she felt certain that somewhere far ahead, in a Hogwarts yet to come, Ada Ravenclaw was standing in the same place, breathing the same calm air. The castle was whole, the circle complete. Hermione reached out and touched the cool glass. The reflection showed only her, Harry, and Ron, weary but smiling. "Magic endures," she whispered. And in the faintest shimmer of light, the window seemed to smile back. The snow fell for 3 days without pause. It drifted against the tall windows of Hogwarts, softened the battlements, and cloaked the grounds in white silence. The castle seemed to sleep beneath it, calm, timeless, serene. She felt, as surely as she felt her own heartbeat, that the peace was deceptive. For a time she told herself it was imagination, that the tension which had filled the last few months had merely left its shadow upon her thoughts. But each evening when she passed the North Tower, she sensed a faint hum. Not the deep, steady pulse of harmony that now lived in the enchanted window, but something sharper, thinner, like the tremor of glass about to crack. She kept her discovery to herself at first. McGonagall believed the matter settled, the window secured, and the connection across time made whole. Hermione wanted to believe it too. Yet magic of that kind never truly slept. It lingered, breathing in the unseen places between seconds. On the 4th night of snowfall, when even the portraits seemed to drowse in their frames, Hermione awoke with a start. A sound echoed faintly through the stone corridors. Soft, distant, impossible to place. It was a voice. She rose from her narrow bed, threw on her cloak, and took up her wand. Lumos. The light flared, casting long shadows on the ancient walls. She listened again. The voice came from above, faint, indistinct, yet unmistakably calling her name. Hermione. It was the voice of a girl. Her heart tightened. She knew that voice. Ada? The corridor gave no answer, but the pull was there, strong, unrelenting. She followed it through the sleeping castle, her footsteps light upon the stone, up staircases that creaked with age, through winding passages she had not walked since her school days, until she reached the base of the North Tower. The door stood open. The wards should have held, she thought, yet they shimmered weakly, their light fading like the last embers of a dying fire. Hermione stepped inside. The chamber was, as she remembered, circular, quiet, cold. The silver-framed window stood at the far wall, reflecting nothing but the pale gleam of moonlight. For a moment all was still. Then Ada's face appeared within. The girl looked older than before, perhaps 20 now, her eyes fierce and weary. Behind her lay ruins. The once grand great hall had fallen to ash and shadow. but she smiled when she saw Hermione. "You kept it alive," Ada said, her voice faint but clear. Hermione's throat tightened. "We anchored it. The castle is safe again. In my time, at least. What's happened to yours?" Ada's image flickered, the sound of crackling fire faint behind her. The window endures, but the world beyond it falters. Magic is fading here, not vanishing, thinning. The schools are empty, the spells weaker. No one remembers the old enchantments anymore. Hermione felt the chill of her words like ice. "How far in the future are you?" "Far enough," Ada whispered. "Too far for your spells to reach, yet not so far that Hogwarts is forgotten. It still stands, but hollow, asleep. I came here because I felt your magic, even across centuries. The window called me again." Hermione stepped closer to the glass, her breath clouding its surface. If the magic is fading, perhaps it needs renewal. The castle draws strength from those who believe. As Ravenclaw said, you must find others who still do. Ada shook her head sadly. There are few left. The Ministry has turned to logic, to science, to cold certainty. They think magic is a myth. Only this place remembers, only the window. Hermione's pulse quickened. Then we'll fix it. Again. Together. If the enchantment connects our times, then perhaps I can send the strength forward through the window itself. Ada hesitated. It's dangerous. Hermione smiled faintly. So was everything worth doing. She lifted her wand. The silver light in the frame brightened, swelling like a rising tide. I'll give what I can, and perhaps Hogwarts will answer me. She began to weave the spell. The air trembled. The silver threads of light spun from her wand, twining into the frame like vines of living fire. The magic reached through the glass, and for the first time, she felt Ada's power meeting hers, echoing, blending, the chamber filled with light so pure it seemed to hum with life. Hermione glimpsed visions in the glow. Students laughing, lessons unfolding, the warmth of centuries layered one atop another. Hogwarts itself was lending its strength. But as the light grew, so did a darker pulse beneath it, something vast and unseen stirring deep within the spell. Hermione! Ada's voice came sharp now, urgent. Something else is crossing through. Before Hermione could react, the glass erupted in a burst of sound, not breaking, but resonating like a great bell. The light twisted, spiraling into shadow. Shapes formed within the reflection. Tall, shifting silhouettes, neither human nor ghost. What are they? Hermione cried. Ada's answer was barely a whisper. The echoes of forgotten magic. What remains when belief dies? They're drawn to the power you've woken. The shadows pressed closer to the glass, their outlines bending and warping. For a dreadful moment, Hermione thought they would break through, but the castle itself seemed to resist, the stones shuddering, the ancient runes in the walls flaring to life. Hermione gritted her teeth. No more. She raised her wand, pouring every ounce of her strength into the barrier. By the light of Hogwarts, finite tempest, the light blazed, the sound roared, and then, all at once, it ended. The window dimmed. The air grew still. When Hermione opened her eyes again, the chamber was quiet. The silver frame stood unbroken. But within the glass, Ada was gone. Hermione reached out. Ada? No answer. Only her reflection looked back. She sank to the floor, exhaustion washing over her like a tide. The silence felt heavy, endless. She did not know whether she had succeeded or failed. When morning came, the world outside was dazzling with sunlight. The snow had melted, and the lake shone like a mirror. Hermione walked its edge, her thoughts a storm of worry and wonder. Yet as she gazed into the water, she saw her own reflection smiling faintly back at her. And beside her, for the briefest instant, another figure. Ada, the image shimmered, fading like a dream, but Hermione understood. The connection remained. Hogwarts was safe in both their times. That evening she stood once more before the enchanted window. The frame gleamed faintly calm and whole. She laid her hand upon it. "Wherever you are, Ada," she whispered, "keep watch, as I will." A single spark of light flared within the glass, soft, steady, like a heartbeat. Then it faded into stillness. Hermione turned and left the tower. The corridor beyond was bright with morning. The castle sighed contentedly, its magic quiet once more. Yet she knew, as all who loved Hogwarts knew, that the story was not truly over. Magic, like knowledge, was not meant to end. It would slumber for a time, as it always had, waiting for another curious heart to wake it. And when that time came, whether years or centuries hence, the enchanted window would open again, and light would spill once more through the halls of Hogwarts. The air in the North Tower was still again. The storms of time had quieted, the silver frame resting beneath a thin film of frost. The window slept, yet Hermione could feel it, a deep, pulsing awareness just beyond the edge of sound. It had not died. It was simply waiting. Weeks passed. The castle resumed its rhythm of life. Lessons filled the classrooms. The smell of ink and spellfire lingered in the corridors, and laughter returned to the great hall. But though the surface seemed calm, Hermione sensed a faint hum of anticipation in the walls, a feeling that the castle itself, she had thrown herself into teaching now, finding solace in the endless curiosity of her students. They reminded her of herself, eager, determined, always reaching for truth, even when the world seemed larger than their courage. She saw hope in their faces, and it steadied her. Yet late at night, when the halls emptied and the torches burned low, her gaze would drift toward the North Tower, and the question that haunted her would rise again. Was Ada Ravenclaw truly safe? She tried at first to silence the thought. The magic had stabilized. The castle was at peace. But dreams began to trouble her, and dreams of a future both wondrous and broken. In them she saw the castle standing in twilight, its towers cracked yet still radiant. She saw the window gleaming amidst the ruins, and in every dream the same whisper came, "What is learned must be kept alive." One evening, while the students studied quietly by firelight, Hermione sat in the library with Professor Flitwick. Scrolls and books lay scattered across the table, ancient volumes filled with the founder's sigils and diagrams of spells long forgotten. "I keep thinking," she said, tapping a quill against her notes, "that Ravenclaw never intended for the window to be sealed at all. She meant it to evolve. Each generation changes the enchantment simply by believing in it." Flitwick adjusted his spectacles. "Quite right, Miss Granger. Magic, like knowledge, is alive only when passed on. Stagnation is the true danger." Hermione smiled faintly. "Then perhaps the window has already done what it was meant to do." He nodded. "It connected the past and the future through understanding. You have fulfilled its purpose." Hermione wanted to believe that, but deep down, she knew magic as vast as this one would not end with a single act of balance. That night, as the castle slept beneath a soft veil of snow, green and silver ribbons shimmered above the towers. The northern lights, so rarely seen this far south, The students whispered about it in the morning, but Hermione knew better. Hogwarts was speaking again. She went to the North Tower at dawn. The air was sharp, her breath a pale mist. When she reached the door, she saw that frost had etched delicate runes into the wood. Not natural frost, but symbols glowing faintly blue. They formed words, though ancient and hard to read. Tempus vincit oblivionem, she whispered aloud. Time conquers forgetting. Hermione touched the handle, and the door opened silently. The chamber was bathed in faint silver light. The window glowed once more, not fiercely, not dangerously, but gently, like moonlight resting on water. The reflection it showed was not the future this time, nor the past, but something else entirely. It showed Hogwarts, not the castle itself, but what it felt, the living heart of magic within it. The great hall shimmered like a constellation of candles. The classrooms pulsed with the energy of learning. The portraits smiled knowingly in their frames. Every corridor thrummed with quiet life, and in the center of it all stood a figure, faint, transparent, like a ghost made of starlight. "Ada," Hermione breathed. The image smiled. "You kept your promise." Hermione stepped closer. "You're alive?" "In a way," said Ada's voice, echoing softly through the room. "The window changed me. I'm not flesh, but I'm not gone either. I am part of what Hogwarts remembers. As long as the castle stands, I will too." Tears stung Hermione's eyes. "You saved your time?" Ada nodded. "The world outside, it's learning again. Slowly. The old magic stirs in children's hearts, just as it did in yours. They found the ruins, they rebuilt, and they looked upon the window. They called it the Gate of Stars." Hermione laughed softly through the ache in her throat. "A fitting name. You were the bridge, Hermione Granger. You and those who believed beside you. Through your will, knowledge endured. The castle remembers your time, and mine, and all those yet to come." Hermione reached out, her hand resting upon the glass. The surface was cool, but alive beneath her touch. "And what of the shadows? The forgotten magic that tried to break through?" Ada tilted her head. "They sleep again. Not destroyed, only understood. They were never truly evil, only the remnants of lost belief. You taught the world to remember, and that was enough." The light within the chamber softened, and the reflection began to fade. Hermione's voice trembled. "Will I see you again?" Ada smiled gently. "You will, though not as you expect. The window will open when it must. Its story will go on, through others. That is how knowledge survives." Then she was gone. Hermione stood alone before the silent glass. For a long moment she said nothing. The snow fell outside, whispering against the stone. She felt neither sorrow nor triumph, only a quiet, endless wonder. When she left the tower, she walked through the halls of Hogwarts with a sense of reverence. Every portrait, every stair, every faint gleam of light upon the floor seemed part of a great living whole. The castle was not merely a place of learning. It was a keeper of time, an echo of all who had ever walked within its walls. Days turned into weeks, and winter deepened. Hermione resumed her work, but her steps carried a new stillness, a calm born from understanding. Sometimes she would pause before a window and see a flicker of silver light in its depths, just enough to remind her that the past and future were still whispering to one another. Once, while walking through the courtyard beneath a pale moon, she thought she heard laughter. Children's laughter, bright and joyous, but distant, as though carried from a time not yet born. She smiled and whispered to the night, "Keep the light alive." And the wind, gentle and cold, seemed to answer. That spring, when the snow melted and flowers began to bloom again across the lawns, Hermione visited the North Tower one final time. The window was quiet, the silver runes along its edge faint but warm beneath her fingertips. She traced them slowly, reading the inscription aloud. "The world that endures is the one that is loved." Then she added her own words, drawing her wand with a small smile. "And knowledge is love made lasting." The spell flared briefly, and beneath the ancient words, her own appeared, glowing softly in the silver light. Hermione turned to leave. As she descended the spiral stairs, the air filled with a faint sound, not the voice of Ada nor Ravenclaw, but a whisper belonging to the castle itself. "Thank you." She did not look back. Outside, dawn broke over Hogwarts, painting its towers in gold. The light touched the lake, the stones, the distant hills, and finally the silver-framed window in the North Tower. It shimmered once as if smiling before settling again into peaceful silence. The enchanted window had done its work. It had connected hearts across centuries, carried knowledge through time, and proven the truth Ravenclaw had always known, that learning and love were the same magic, and both were eternal. Hogwarts would remember. Always. Years passed. Seasons swept across the highlands like breaths of wind, carrying snow, sun, and storm in endless rhythm. Hogwarts stood through it all, changeless and yet always changing, alive with the laughter and learning of those who called it home. Hermione Granger remained, though the world beyond the castle grew faster, brighter, stranger. She had taken a post as deputy headmistress under McGonagall, her name now spoken with the same reverence students once reserved for Dumbledore himself. Yet in her heart, Hermione had never ceased to be the girl. Every few months, she would climb the spiral stair to the North Tower, to the quiet chamber that the world believed sealed. The enchanted window still gleamed there, pale and calm, showing nothing but her own reflection and the light of the sky. It had been silent since Ada's farewell, but Hermione knew silence could be full of meaning. One evening, when the autumn winds sighed against the windows and the castle lay shrouded in mist, she found herself drawn there again. Perhaps it was habit. Perhaps it was something deeper. The faint pull of the magic that had once bridged centuries. She entered the chamber without hesitation. The air was cool and clean, the stone floor smooth underfoot. The silver frame shimmered faintly in the candlelight. Hermione smiled. "Still watching, are you?" she murmured. The window gave no reply, but as she turned to leave, the light within it flickered. A heartbeat, quick and bright. Hermione froze. The glass rippled once, twice, then an image began to form. It was not Ada this time, nor any figure she recognized. The scene showed Hogwarts, not as it stood now, nor as it had ever been in her memory. The towers were taller, the air filled with silver sparks of magic. Young witches and wizards moved through the courtyards, their robes shimmering with threads of enchantment. Books hovered by themselves, staircases unfolded like ribbons, and laughter echoed across skies alive with flight. It was a vision of the future, peaceful, vibrant, whole. Hermione's breath caught. Then, in the midst of that golden world, a child looked up at the window. Not this one, but a window like it, built into the very heart of the castle. The child's eyes were bright with curiosity, their small hand pressed against the glass. Hermione's voice trembled. "Can you see me?" The child nodded. A smile flickered, and though no sound passed between them, Hermione heard it all the same. A voice in her mind. "You're the one who kept it alive." Her throat tightened. "And you're the one who'll carry it forward." The child tilted their head, as if listening to a distant melody, then whispered something she almost couldn't hear. "It never ends, does it?" Hermione smiled softly. "No," she said. "It never does." The vision faded. The light dimmed until only her own reflection remained. Older now, wise and tired, yet filled with quiet joy, she touched the glass once more, whispering, "Thank you." As she left the tower, the words lingered in her mind. It never ends. That night, she stood upon the balcony outside the headmistress's office, looking down at the grounds. The moon floated high above the lake, and in its reflection she thought she saw faint ripples of silver, the same ancient magic she'd once feared and now cherished. The world beyond the walls of Hogwarts was changing rapidly. Muggle technology had grown beyond imagination, and even wizarding life had begun to adapt. Yet here, within these stones, time still flowed at its own pace. The castle stood as a bridge between the ages, the last great sanctuary of wonder. Hermione had long believed that her role as its guardian was nearly finished, but the window's message reminded her that guardianship was not a task that ever truly ended. Knowledge, like magic, demanded faith, and faith was a flame that had to be tended. The following week, she gathered her older students for a new project, one that would bind them to the castle's living memory. "We are going to create a record," she told them, "not of our triumphs or spells, but of who we are. Our thoughts, our fears, our hopes. Each of you will weave a fragment of yourself into the castle so that one day, when new students walk these halls, they will feel that same pulse of belonging." The students embraced the idea eagerly. For months, they wrote, painted, sang, and cast charms that carried their essence. Hermione called it the Chronicle of Light. When it was done, they gathered in the great hall to unveil it. The walls shimmered faintly, the ceiling glowed like dawn, and soft music, pure and wordless, filled the air. Even McGonagall, standing beside her, blinked back tears. "You've done something extraordinary, Hermione," she said quietly. "Hogwarts will never forget this." Hermione smiled. "That's the point. It shouldn't." That night, when the celebration ended, she climbed once more to the North Tower. The enchanted window awaited her in silence, but as she entered, she found the air humming with warmth. The faint echo of all those voices, all those young hearts she had guided. She stood before the glass and saw her own reflection surrounded by hundreds of others, faces from across time, bright and shadowed, old and young. She saw Ravenclaw, serene as ever, and behind her, Ada, her expression filled with quiet pride. Hermione whispered, "You see, the knowledge endures." The reflection nodded, the figures fading one by one until only the silver shimmer remained. Then, just before it went still, faint words traced themselves across the glass. The same words that had once appeared long ago. The world that endures is the one that is loved. Beneath them, a new line formed, glowing with gentle light. And love, once shared, is never lost. Hermione touched the inscription, her hand trembling slightly. "No," she said softly, "it never is." From that night on, Hogwarts changed in subtle ways. The air felt brighter, the halls warmer. The castle's magic seemed to hum with contentment, as if the stones themselves were singing. Students began to say that when they studied late by candlelight, they sometimes saw faint shapes moving in the reflection of their books, figures of past scholars smiling beside them. Hermione never discouraged the tale. Years later, when her hair had turned silver and she was known to the students as Head Mistress Granger, she made her last visit to the North Tower. The window greeted her as an old friend. The frost along its edges gleamed softly in the morning sun. "Time to rest," she murmured. The window shimmered once more, its surface alive with quiet light. Within it she saw herself, younger, braver, full of fire, standing where she now stood. And beside that reflection, as always, Ravenclaw's calm eyes shone with approval. Hermione smiled. "The story continues," she said, and turned away. Behind her, the window flared one final time, then settled into peaceful stillness. The world beyond the castle would change 1,000 more times, but Hogwarts would remain, a sanctuary of knowledge, a beacon of magic, and the keeper of a single eternal truth. Love and learning are the same magic, and both endure beyond time. The years rolled onward like waves upon a shore, each one smoothing the stones of memory a little more. The children Hermione once taught had long since grown. Many had returned with children of their own, their faces bright with that same mix of awe and curiosity that always came upon crossing Hogwarts' threshold. The castle endured, its walls older, its towers softened by time, its heart unchanged. The North Tower remained forbidden to all but the headmistress, and even then, only once a year did Hermione climb its spiral steps. By now her hair had gone white, but her eyes still shone with that quick, thoughtful spark, the light of one who loved questions more than answers. It was winter again. Snow lay heavy upon the grounds, muffling sound and softening stone. In the great hall, the Christmas tree shimmered with gold and green enchantments, and laughter echoed off the vaulted ceiling. But when the feast ended and the fires burned low, Hermione excused herself and ascended the tower alone. Her wand. When she reached the familiar door, she paused a moment to rest her hand upon the wood. The magic beneath her fingertips was faint but warm, like the heartbeat of something vast and patient. Inside, the enchanted window gleamed softly, as if it had been waiting for her. The silver runes along its frame glowed faintly, breathing with a rhythm that matched her own. She smiled. "It's been another good year," she said. "The students still surprise me. They remind me why I stayed." The window shimmered, not as a reply, but in acknowledgement. Hermione crossed the chamber and drew back her cloak. For a long while she stood watching her reflection, feeling the hush of the castle settle around her. The room was colder than it had been years ago. The air smelled faintly of parchment and snow, yet she felt no loneliness here, only the deep companionship of a living place that had shared her life as faithfully as any friend. When the clock in the distance told midnight, the light within the glass shifted, the reflection wavered, and suddenly she was not alone. The image before her changed. The surface deepened like a pond stirred by unseen hands. Through the shimmer appeared a younger woman, her curls darker, her face bright with wonder. Hermione's own eyes, wide and curious, stared back from decades past. She laughed softly, a sound half joy, half disbelief. "So we meet again, do we?" The younger reflection smiled. "It's been a long journey," she said, her voice carrying through the silence. Hermione nodded. "And it ends where it began." "Does it?" asked the reflection. "Or does it simply turn?" The glass brightened. Within it, shapes began to form, faint and fleeting, children practicing spells, teachers laughing together, owls winging through torchlight. The castle in all its ages, past, present, and what would come after, folded into one endless vision. Hermione felt tears gather at the corners of her eyes. "It always was," said the voice, "but you never looked at it long enough to see." Hermione chuckled. "I was too busy fixing things. Perhaps that's why you were chosen." The light dimmed again, and the reflection's features softened, fading like mist. Only the glow of the window remained, calm and tender. Hermione sighed. "You were right, Rowena," she said quietly. "The world that endures is the one that's loved, and I think I've loved it enough." The air stirred gently, and for a moment she could have sworn she heard a whisper, faint as a breeze through leaves. More than enough. She lingered there until dawn crept across the sky, painting the snow in shades of silver and rose. Then she turned, her steps slow but steady, and left the tower. That spring Hermione retired from her post. The castle grieved her departure in its own subtle way. Staircases creaked when she passed, portraits bowed, and the very walls seemed to echo with quiet thanks. Her successor, a clever witch named Alara Flint, had been her pupil years before. Hermione trusted her completely. On her final day, as the train waited at Hogsmeade Station, she stood for a moment upon the platform looking back. The towers gleamed in the morning light, and in the highest window, the North Tower, she saw a glimmer of silver. It was faint, but she knew what it was. The enchanted window was watching her leave. She smiled, lifted her hand in farewell, and boarded the train. Life beyond Hogwarts unfolded gently. Hermione settled in a small cottage near Ottery St. Catchpole, close enough to visit the Weasleys, but far enough to enjoy the quiet she had so often lacked. Her days were spent reading, gardening, and writing the chronicles she had long promised herself she would one day complete. Yet even here, far from the castle's towers, the enchantment lingered. Sometimes when she gazed into her window at dusk, she would see faint ripples of light. Tiny, silver, and soft. She knew then that Hogwarts had not forgotten her, nor she it. Years turned to decades. The world changed. New discoveries, new forms of magic, new names rising in history, but the legends remained, of a headmistress who had spoken with time itself, and of the mysterious enchanted window that had once bridged the centuries. One winter evening, when the air was still and the hearth burned low, Hermione sat at her desk, quill in hand. The candle beside her flickered, and for a moment she felt the same quiet hum she had known in the North Tower. The magic was near again. She lifted her eyes to the cottage window. Outside, snow was falling, silent, endless. Within the glass, her reflection wavered, and behind it, faint and bright, she saw another reflection, the towers of Hogwarts shining under moonlight. A voice, gentle as a sigh, filled the room. "Welcome home." Hermione smiled. "I was never gone." The candle flame fluttered and went out. The room filled with a light that did not come from fire or spell, but from something deeper. The soft, steady glow of remembered love. When morning came, the cottage was quiet. The snow outside lay untouched, the hearth burned low, and upon the desk rested a single parchment. In neat, graceful handwriting it read, "Magic endures. Knowledge endures, love endures, and in that I have found forever." Back at Hogwarts in the North Tower, the enchanted window shone once more, brighter than it had in centuries. Within its depths, faint figures walked through the reflection. Ada, Ravenclaw, and now Hermione, their forms woven together by the same living light. Students who passed the tower swore that on clear nights they could see 3 silhouettes moving within the silver pane. And if one listened closely, the echo of a woman's laughter carried softly through the halls. The castle never denied it. It only whispered with the wind through its stones. The story goes on. For Hogwarts had always been more than stone and spell. It was memory, hope, and heart. A place where magic and love were one, and where, in the shimmer of every enchanted window, the past and future forever met. The castle dreamed. Long after Hermione Granger's time had faded into the folds of history, Hogwarts still stood, vast and alive, its towers reaching through mist and memory alike. The lake shone as it always had, a dark mirror for the heavens, and the forbidden forest murmured secrets no wizard had ever fully learned. Centuries had passed, though to the castle they were but the turning of a page. The world beyond had changed beyond imagining. Spells woven with light and machines, magic fused with science, wands whispering in the language of stars. Yet Hogwarts endured, unchanged in spirit, sheltering those who sought wisdom, courage, and wonder. The enchanted window remained in its tower, quiet and silver as moonlight. No one remembered when it had last stirred. Its story had become legend, then myth, then half-forgotten rumor. A tale professors told to wide-eyed first years on winter nights. They said it showed what might be, not what is, and that sometimes it whispered names no one knew. One of those names, passed down in quiet awe, was Hermione Granger. On a night deep in the heart of winter, when snow wrapped the castle like a cloak, a young witch named Alara ventured to the North Tower. She was small, sharp-eyed, and restless, a child who stayed awake long after curfew to study ancient spells and chase echoes of forgotten knowledge. She'd heard the stories, of course, but unlike most, she believed them. The tower was dark when she entered, save for a single thread of moonlight that fell across the stone floor. The window waited at the far end, tall and gleaming, framed in silver runes dulled by centuries of quiet. Alara stepped closer, her heart hammering. "Are you still there?" she whispered. The silence answered. Then faintly the air began to hum. A shimmer passed through the glass, delicate as breath upon frost. Alara gasped. She saw, for the briefest moment, her own reflection ripple, then change. A woman appeared in her place, older, wise, with a knowing smile. Her robes shimmered faintly with silver thread. Who are you?" Alara stammered. The woman's voice was soft and clear. "I am what remains of the past, and the promise of what endures." Alara's knees nearly gave way. "The enchanted window, you're alive." "Alive?" The reflection smiled. "Yes, and so are you. That is enough." The runes along the frame began to glow. Light spilled across the room, swirling in patterns like constellations. For an instant, Alara saw other faces reflected beside the woman's. Faint, translucent, familiar only through legend. One had hair like starlight and eyes filled with calm wisdom. Another's gaze shone with kindness and fierce intelligence. Alara's breath caught. "Rowena Ravenclaw," she whispered. "And Hermione Granger?" The reflections inclined their heads, the chamber filled with a low, resonant hum, as though the stones themselves had remembered an old song. Ravenclaw spoke first, her voice like wind through crystal. You stand where many have stood. You seek, as we once did, the shape of what is unseen. Tell me, Alara of Hogwarts, what do you desire to know? The girl swallowed. I want to understand how magic began, where it comes from, why it chooses us. Hermione's reflection smiled. A question that never grows old. The window shimmered, and suddenly, Alara was surrounded by visions. Not illusions, but memories, older than memory. She saw the first sparks of magic in the world. Wild, untamed light rippling through the air like living flame. She saw witches and wizards of ages, past reaching for that flame, shaping it, and she saw how Hogwarts itself had been born from that light. A sanctuary to preserve it, a promise that knowledge would never die. When the visions faded, the room was quiet again. Alara's eyes were wide with wonder. Magic was never meant to be owned, she whispered. It was meant to be shared. Hermione nodded softly. You understand then. That is why Hogwarts endures, and why the window wakes again. It answers to those who seek for love of truth, not power. Ravenclaw's eyes shone with pride. The world changes, but the essence remains. Each generation renews the vow, to guard the flame, to pass it onward. Alara's voice trembled. Then what must I do? Live, said Hermione. Learn, teach, let your wonder never rest. That is the greatest spell of all. The silver light began to fade, but Alara's heart burned brighter than ever. She took a step forward, reaching toward the glass. Will I see you again? Hermione's smile was tender, ageless. When you need us, yes. But when you do, remember, we are not apart. We are every thought that dares to ask, every heart that refuses to stop believing. The reflections dimmed, merging into one brilliant gleam that filled the room. For a moment, Alara stood bathed in silver radiance, her mind alive with knowledge she could scarcely hold. Then, with a soft sigh, the light faded. The window went still, but its glow lingered in Alara's wand, faint and steady like the pulse of a hidden star. She turned, awestruck, and left the tower in silence. Down below, the castle breathed. The torches flared as she passed. Portraits turned their heads to watch her go. Somewhere deep in the heart of the castle, the stones themselves whispered her name, carrying it through the corridors like a secret promise. Alara returned to her dormitory but did not sleep. She spent the night writing. Words flowing across parchment, she recorded everything she had seen, every word she'd heard, every shimmer of light. When dawn came, she signed her name at the bottom. Alara Flint, Keeper of the Enchanted Window. The title had come unbidden, but it felt right. And in the centuries that followed, it would be written again and again by others who found their way to that tower, guided by curiosity and courage. Some would be scholars, others artists or healers. Each, in their own way, would speak to the window and find it speaking back. For the magic of the window had become the soul of Hogwarts itself, not merely a relic of the founders, but the voice of the school's heart, forever answering the question that had begun it all. What endures? And always the same whisper would rise from the glass, echoing through time and memory alike. Love, wonder, knowledge, these are eternal. Outside, the snow melted, and spring returned once more. The lake reflected the morning light, and the castle's towers gleamed like ancient guardians of hope. Deep in the north tower, the enchanted window slept again. But not in silence. Within its depths shimmered endless reflections of those who had come before, those who lived now, and those who would one day stand where Alara stood, gazing into the silver glass and hearing, as she had, the voice of time itself. The story had no end, for stories never truly end at Hogwarts. They only pause, waiting for another hand to turn.